ready? You ready, judges? Yeah, we're ready for the fairy tale in the morning. Here we are on the book of Genesis. For those of you who don't know, we are on the book of Genesis. We have gone through the whole Bible already. For those of you who are, it is a king. Yeah, it's a King James version. I have. Yeah, that's the one me I use this morning. All right. So for those of you who have been here with us, we have gone through the entire book already, but we're going through it again because by popular demand, people have been asking me to go through it again. And I hope you ask me to go through it, and I am here and I'm going through to do nobody come get upset with me. All right. So make us go on. The last time we stopped at chapter 4. Last time we stopped at chapter 4 in the book of Genesis. So this morning we are going to start off at chapter 5. And over here in these chapters here, they're mostly showing, the lineage of those people coming down from Adam. And in all my writings here, I can always quickly reference the Bible from me having read it in its entirety and having made little jottings here and there. But that don't mean I'm totally correct. I stand corrected if there's if you hear me say something that you have a different information about, you're always free to share it. No hard feelings, but on how you share it. Because if you come at me sideways, me will come back at you. So on watch on yourself. Be on yourself and don't come at me sideways. Because you don't have emotion and go like the people don't have none too. But anywho, good morning, Anthony. Welcome into the live. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right, so we're going to move on to chapter 5 of the Genesis in the Old Testament, in the King James version. And it says, this is the book of the generation of Adam. So we're tracing Adam's lineage. We already passed by whether or not there was an Adam. So we're tracing his lineage now. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam in the day which they were created. I don't know why I'm referring to Adam as they, but that's the Bible for you. And Adam lived 130 years and begot a son in his own image, after his image. And you remember the name of that son? Because the Bible only spoke of 3 sons from Adam. Though he had lots of sons and daughters, the Bible only referenced 3. It referenced Cain, who killed the brother Abel. And then when Adam was 100 and something years old, he had this other son called Seth. And Seth, according to the Bible, was the splitting image, the dead stamp of Adam. Okay? And the days of Adam after he begot Seth were 800 years. And he begot lots of sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. So I guess Adam didn't experience the normal human birth, if I should go by the Bible, but he experienced the normal human death. Okay. Zamaika, how are you doing? And Seth lived 105 years, and he had Enos. And Seth lived after he had Enos for 807 years, and then he had lots of sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enos lived. So you see, they only pick one person from each person's lineage to talk about. Because as John said if every person who lived during that time were supposed to be spoken of in the Bible, then the book would be too big for anybody. The writings in the book would never end, which is true. So let us continue. And Enos lived 90 years and begat Canaan. And Enos lived after he begat Canaan 815 years and begat lots of sons and daughters. And all the days of Enos were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years and begat Mahalaleel. And Canaan lived after he begat Mahalaleel 840 years and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalaleel lived 65 years, and he begat Jared. And Mahalaleel lived after he begat Jared 830 years, and begat lots of sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and he begat Enoch. Now, this Enoch is another Enoch. Okay? Because remember that Cain also had a son named Enoch. When Cain went to the land of Nod and found this mystery wife, he had a son named Enoch, and he built a city called Enoch. Okay. That's what I always say to you, when you hear the names in the Bible, it's good to know whose name it is and who is it referencing, because a lot of the names are duplicated in the Bible. But anyway, let us continue. And Jared lived 102 years, and he begat Enoch. And Jared lived after he begat Enoch 800 years, and he had lots of sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years, and he begat Methuselah. For those of you who have been religious, you would know who Methuselah is. It said Methuselah was the person who has lived the longest amongst mankind, having lived 969 years or something like that. Okay? And Enoch lived 65 years and begat Methuselah, and Enoch walked with God. Remember, that is the Enoch that walked with God, okay? After he begat Methuselah 300 years and begat sons and daughters. Now, this walk with God thing, where people always say Enoch walked with God. I'm not sure why they mentioned it, saying that he walked with God. If it's because he took on a different way of living. What that mean? Your father's wife? What that mean? Morning, Aunt Thompson. I don't know what that means, sis. You have to share the joke with me. Share the inside joke with me. All right. So I was saying that I don't know why they said he walked with God. If he took on a different personality afterwards, where he was now more focused on godliness. I figure that's what they were saying when they said, and this Enoch, he walked with God for 300 years after he had Methuselah. And he had lots and lots of sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. We don't know how Enoch gets so few years, considering he's the one they say walked with God. I don't know, but he only got 365 years. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Remember we talked about that before? About what in the world that could have meant? He told her she all like Methuselah. Oh, my father. That's so wrong. Paul Lawrence, how you doing? I remember seeing that person. I think I follow that person. That person followed me. I remember seeing that name. Good morning, Paul Lawrence. How you doing? Saying, oh, like Methuselah. Yeah, that's usually a phrase that people usually tell each other. You know, you're old like Methuselah. In a not so dignified way of telling people that they are aged. Courtney, good morning. Morning, Christine. How you doing? All right, so let us continue. Sister Faith, how you doing, love bug? Mwah! What's up, my darling? How you doing? Good to see you. Courtney Wanton, how you doing, sugar? Good to see you, my love. Aja. Somebody said they love one, they love my bed. Me just need one man in it. I know that me the talk about. That was not right, Trev. That didn't come out good, guys. Just forget you all heard that. Just forget you all heard that. All right? Just pretend so no ears didn't work when we said that. Um Go about your business, a logical allow me now. Sure. My question was you didn't know. Oh, exactly. If you never know that when he married to her, she all like Methuselah. I love you, my darling sister Faith. Me and you have to talk, coming in call you again from an hurricane time. I need to call you, my love. Yeah. Yeah, but you remember me did other little thing there? You remember? I know that everything kind of get affected right now because of the hurricane, but you and I will talk off the air. What you say, Courtney? No, no, no. Oh, listen, I slip my mouth slip. I slip my mouth slip. Listen, I don't know if the Bible may I read. Why not draw me out? Anyway. Oh my gosh. Let us continue. I Bible where I read. Okay. Where's that sweet mouth? May I get it? Logical, just being logical. Well, you can't blame the guy, huh? Can't blame. Anyway, you heard me louder. Next time, me I go whisper. Next time, I will whisper to the right person. Me not talk out so loud again. But let us continue. Anywho, Belma, what's up? In chapter 5, verse 25, it says, and Methuselah lived 187 years before he had Lamech. I remember telling you something. I like to share the stuff that I find in the Bible. I mean, I need no particular time to share it. And as I'm reading along and stuff, and I remember stuff from what I've read before, me share it. Oh no, say Lamech was the first man that the Bible talks about. Me not say he was the first man, but the first man that the Bible talks about to have two wives. Okay? Yeah, he was the first man the Bible talk about to have two wives. I remember that. Okay? And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years, and he begat lots of sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and he begat a son. You notice this, they say? And thank you so much, Sister Faith. I appreciate you, darling. He says, and he begat a son. A son. All right. And he called the name of that son Noah. Yes, the same Noah. All right. Noah's father was Lamech. Okay. Noah's grandfather was Methuselah. I want to know if you hold this. Okay. He begat a son, and he called that son Noah, saying, this same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord hath cursed. So far reading, I didn't hear anything about the Lord cursing the ground, but clearly he had at some point that Lamech knew about, but we don't. So Lamech says of his son Noah, he says, this same, this Noah shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which the Lord hath cursed. The Lord cursed only for things, Me no know. Me hear after having read the Bible from the beginning to the end, I think I've heard of this Lord in the Bible doing more curses than blessings. I'm just saying. Based on what I've read. But anyway, he says, based on this ground that the Lord hath cursed. And Lamech lived after he begat Noah 595 years, and he begot, he did begat some more sons and daughters, because he says here in verse 30 that he begot lots of sons and daughters. So he did. God, if you go back to Genesis 3 verse 15, Genesis 3 verse 15, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. That was what God said. So me back. Okay, no problem, my love. Wasn't that what God said to Eve, to the snake? Him going to put enmity between the snake seed and the woman's seed. Him going to put curse between the snake offspring and the woman's offsprings. That was rather interesting. But let's continue. And verse 16, he says, unto the woman, he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow. Yeah, God never did forgive Eve, Going, not 17, 19. 19, he says, chapter 3, verse 19, he says, by the sweat of your face thou shalt eat bread till you return unto the ground, for out of it was thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. So even then, that was a curse. Anywho, we are going to continue. And he said Lamech had lots of sons and daughters. So clearly Noah wasn't his only child. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Push out, bless up a nice clean self, push out. Yeah, so Noah had Shem, Ham, and Japheth when he was 500 years old. It didn't say they were triplets, but I don't know how it just say it like that. But anyway, not everything in the Bible you can just take at face value like that. That is why I always say to people, when you are reading the Bible, read it. Oh, this a call me. I can't answer you now, my friend. Too early. 500, yes, push out. I know me, sister, know what the Bible it says. In chapter 5 and verse 32, it says, and Noah was 500 years old. There is hope for you, Juggis. Noah was 500 years old, and he begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Anywho, you heard me right. 500. That's the end of chapter 5, guys. So we'll move on. So me I spin my book. And my friend at 30, and him think he can get up blouse and skirt. If him at 30 and him think he can get up already, something wrong with him. Yeah, man, you have to go check that out. You have to check that out. I met the doctor, them either give him one implant or give him one of them pump something there, or changing diet, medication. I don't know. Yeah, I forgot. You know them have the pump thing where they implant one pump like in the man grind side. So Mr. Pong, bless up a nice clean self, my friend. And maybe my drink and smoke, maybe I have some kind of malignancy going on. Something is wrong. Because if him blood not pushing off, if he give him a tap, something wrong. Something wrong, right? Yeah, you expect that from somebody older who, maybe they're on medication or something like that. Yeah. But the doctors can fix him. Yeah, the doctors can fix it. Can help him out in a little way. He might have to go back in the Bible. You have to go back in the Bible days. Push out, you're so wrong for that. You're so wrong for that. He will get better, man. If he goes to the doctor and he gets adequate treatment, then I can guarantee you that he should do better. Something, Noah fired 500. Noah fired 500. Noah go on with things. Listen, where's the put in girlfriend advertise for her? Exactly, cat. Cause if she tell people say our man something not stand up, advertise, she advertise, a man she a look. Achoo, she a look somebody where the you know me drink like water and make me thirsty. You people are something else. But me like you know. Me like you know. Alright, let's move on. Let's move on. I saw there people want to know over here, want to know, say this is the reverence that we have over here. Okay? Our reverence is respect for each other. Alright, let's move forward. Alright, in a chapter 6 now. Chapter 6. Juggies, God, don't nobody text me or call me today. No, nobody afraid to me sleep to death. My Jesus. Me say me was so tired. Me sleep all day, all night. When I woke up, it was 1 o'clock this morning. But anyway, one of that we are talking about. Let's move on. Chapter 6, lovely people. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. Where's I need the rest? Listen now, and it came to pass that men began to multiply on the earth, and daughters were being born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of their choosing. Why them say the sons of God? Why them say the sons of God saw the daughters of men? What does that mean? Me not get it. Anybody have any explanation for that? Why them say the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair and them come down? So why sons of God never have no female? That's my question too. Where's the angel beings? Angel beings? Then push out in and follow me all this time. I feel confused us. Me agree with you, logical. Me agree with you. Because what does it mean? The sons of God came down to take the daughters of men to marry. God say angels, but why angels? That's the most confusing thing I ever heard. Angels to come down to... No, Eve not only had boys, because it did say that she and Adam had lots of sons and daughters. So they did have daughters. It's just that because women are usually put on the back burner in this ancient patriarchal society, that, the women are hardly mentioned in the Bible, most of the stories are about men. And if it's a woman's story, it's about some kind of a witch, Jezebel, some kind of a, it's always something, most of the times, something negative always turn up about the woman if they mention, but it's always the men. They seem to highlight the men, put them on a pedestal and claim that they are holier than thou. But here that they say that these sons of God came down and married the daughters of men, I find it questionable. Like, where these sons of God come from? Somebody says there were angel beings, angels that came down from heaven. But if people were already on earth multiplying, why would sons of God have to come out, angel beings have to come out of heaven? Me not get it. And this whole story of God casting out angels from heaven to come down, and fornicate with mankind, it just seems absolutely odd. Because if there are human beings that are already on earth procreating, why would he have to send these angels from it? These people who write the Bible write but one bunch of foolishness. But anywho, because there was more women than men, because there was more women than men. Hey boo, what's up, my love? Are you next girl? What? How you doing, sugar? Good to see you, my love. I'm here. I'm here. I'm doing fresh. What's up? I'm here doing what I do. Good. I'm glad that you are well. I'm glad to see that. I am well too. I can't complain. I shouldn't complain. I'm still vertical, so I shouldn't complain. But anyway, we're gonna continue reading. Not to ignore. Thank you, Fresh. The first stimulus. Listen to me now, card. I can't bother with you. The first stimulus. That's the first stimulus for women. All right, that's what we're going to call it. Because the Bible says, sons of God were now coming down to earth to marry the daughters of men. So you tell me, say, these, somebody said they were angels. I'm saying, so these angels up in heaven, God sent them down on earth to come marry the beautiful women down on earth. Why would God send them down to come fornicate? Why everyone up there where this up was, I'm going to assume it's heaven, why wasn't up there good enough for them to stay? I thought up there they didn't have any desires, any human desires. What I say? Them are dopey, them are more than dopey. Where some of there they mess up with the people them believe. Me not really mess up with the people them believe. Me not Where's the who said God send them? Well, you got a point. You got a point, because it did not say it here. It says, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of man, that they were fair, and they took them wives of their choosing. Okay, so you're right. So let us continue. Somebody ask a valid question. Are all angels male? Me not believe in angels. So, me no know. Me no know, boo. But we're going to find out, because we are read this book again. And it's always talk about Archangel Michael and all of these people. They seem to all have like male names. Based on the reading, yeah. But we're going to continue. Who is texting me? Let us continue. Genesis. Somebody says what book we are on. We are on Genesis, my love. We are on Genesis chapter 6, actually. And the Lord said, And listen to this now. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. All right. What somebody say, my grandfather was a rootsman and he tricked a man into getting his wife pregnant. I need taller man that God. I need to tell a man that God send it. I need to tell the man say God send him. Listen, people can use this Bible to do good. They can use this Bible to do bad. And you hear me tell you no? Watch ya. Watch ya. Okay. Let us continue, people. So God says his spirit will not always strive with man, but that also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. So God said 120 years man shall live for, you know. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same that became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. So, oh, Noah went to 500, Methuselah went to 96. Me no know, Me no know. Noah went to more than 500. At 500, they said he had Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Something not right, he has to push out, as that may say to something not right. Because how comes all of a sudden God say, the Lord say he's only giving men 120 years. Them get bonus. Why them? Where did the giants go? Them must say the dolphin at the flood. Remember, say the flood did kill off everybody, you know. So these giants were before Noah built that ark. We're going by the logics of the Bible now. Where's some if you go read? Zechariah? Watch out, Kada start sending me all over the place, you know. Where's Zechariah? Let me see me have Zechariah. Zechariah is supposed to know my book here, so. Hold on, me can't find my Bible faster. What you say about Zechariah card? Me fi read Zechariah 5:9-10. Alright, make we see what we can find about Zechariah. Zechariah 5. Ezekiel and Daniel read Hosea, Joel, Amos. I saw me have to sing that song then, or me learn from me a tree. Well, you have to cross-reference, you know. Okay, you got a point, sister. Zechariah 5, verse 9-11. All right, Zechariah 5. Make me see what it says here. So, Zechariah 5, verse 9 says, Then lifted I up mine eyes and looked, and behold, there came out two women, and the wind was in their wings. Okay, so the person was asking about whether they are women angels. Here is a reference in the book of Zechariah about women angels. And the wind was in their wings, for they had wings like the wings of a stork, and they lifted up the ephah between the earth and the heaven. Then said I to the angel that talked with me, Whether do these bear the ephah? And he said unto me, To build it a house in the land of Shinar, and it shall be established and set there upon her own base. All right. So there you have it. There were, but this was what Zechariah said he saw in some kind of a dream. There's nothing to prove that in fact there were any angels to begin with, let alone whether they were male or female. But according to Zechariah, who was one of those people who claimed to have been a prophet, because if you notice, all these people in the Bible, claim that they were prophets. There was not, we don't see any official anointing of anybody becoming becoming a prophet. These people just went to their bed, woke up, they say they got a dream, and then they just wrote whatever was in this dream, saying they saw angels, they saw God, they saw whatever they saw in their dreams, and it has turned into gospel. But anyway, let us continue. Let us continue. Verse 5, and God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. Mighty God. Now you want to tell me that in this, the whole Bible cannot be proven because everybody there dream out of it exactly. Exactly. Because all the authors had some kind of dream or some kind of vision, the things that they have written. You're right. You're right. We're being practical here. So let me talk about this now. All of them man what they say me beautiful. You know, some me have one Cashapp. Here you are forward up in yourself. But a beautiful. What's up, my love? How you doing? Eh? What? Day before yesterday, you come sweet me up. You come sweet me up, come tell me about you have egg because all of me them already broke and drain out. You come to me about you have egg if me want some. Oh gosh. I tell him I tell me say me all you know all of me egg them broke and drain out already. So I might give me some replacements. How you doing, love bug? Be safe out there on them streets. I know it's snowing in some parts. You know the roads are treacherous, ice and all. Yeah, but anyway, let us go back to Genesis chapter 6. Here it says, God it repented the Lord that He had made man on the earth, and I want to say, imagine that God is so disgusted with mankind. The same people where he make, you know. Remember say him make we how we be, you know. And he would have or should have known how we were going to be. Because he's the one who made us. He would have known how we were going to turn out. But yet, he made us, we made us. We turned out how he wanted us to turn out. And then the man turned around and said, it grieved him spirit. It grieved his spirit that he had made us. And I him make we how we make we. Ain't that something? Lord Harris, what's up? But we're gonna continue. See there Lakeland? Okay. Florida not too bad. Up here in the early morning the roads are a little icy. Anyway, let us continue. So it grieved God that he had and made. Kada, what?
Good morning.
Morning, love bug. How you doing, sugar bug?
I am wonderful.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Where does it?
I came up to make a point that even Jesus had 12 disciples. Judas, we know what happened with Judas, and
we still don't know because the them not telling the truth.
But I don't think he was replaced until like long after. Anyway, the 12 disciples, the only one that was an actual witness to what happened to Jesus on the cross would have been John. None of them witnessed his crucifixion, because remember, they all ran because they were afraid.
No, but we didn't reach.
So,
We didn't.
huh?
We weren't over there yet. The references
No,
for.
I know, I know, I know. We're not there. My
Mhm.
point is that we were talking about um the people and the characters that wrote the Bible.
Okay, okay, from the earlier conversation. Okay, okay.
Right. So them giving an account of what was last said and how he said it. This is why you have so many different um accounts of what was said last.
Right, so many different accounts, and that leaves room for a lot of confusion.
Right.
Yeah, so what we believe,
Because
which
you're
version
not
should
there,
we
so you really
embrace
can't give an account to
to what happened?
exactly what was said last.
Right, if you were not there.
We know John was there because he said to John, um, "Woman, here is your son." That's John's mother,
Hmm.
and he implied that John should take care of his mother. But as far as people being there and witnessing exactly what
I be a lie and tell.
they were writing about,
Where somebody forget 3 rosaries? You know what?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
that so
Yeah,
that's my
that makes sense, because if there are so many people with so many with their own version of what happened, and none of them was there, who is to say which version? Vibes, what's up? Who is to say which version is correct? I can't
yeah. I
say
mean,
which
they
is correct. Nobody
they
can.
weren't there.
Right.
They weren't there because remember
So
when
make up story.
when he got arrested,
Howie, what's up?
they all ran.
Cause they didn't want to be arrested with him.
Right. So that's all I was saying.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean,
Yeah,
as
that
it relates
to the people who write
people
who
writing or
people
witnessing, it's
writing.
like, yeah, it's like us writing about 9/11,
Mm-hmm.
and
I could write about
none of
where I
us was
was and what was said on the TV and whatever, but I wasn't there.
right.
Right.
Hmm.
Point taken. Petal sugar, what's up? All right, so we are going to continue. That was the lovely card there, so that's my ride or die. Yeah. Card contributes significantly to my lives, and especially to the Bible reading. All right, in live and out of live. So let us continue, people. So God says he repents, he is angry at himself, he hates the fact that he has made us humans, because Lord, look how wicked they are. They are doing all of this wickedness. And my thing is, who is God to be angry at us when he the one who made us how we be? What I was expecting the Bible to say was that um the characteristics that God made us with, he was not happy, and now he's going to change us. He's going to, revise the version of mankind that he had made. But I know that the Bible say no. The
No,
Bible,
but
the
I,
Bible
I
said
I
that.
really think that you are viewing
Jojo,
this from um from a different angle than I am viewing this.
I'm viewing it from a realistic point of view. Where are you coming from? Talk to me.
I am coming from um the point that they wrote the Bible and this is how they present God to you. But who is to say that this is really how God is? This is how it was presented. This is how he was presented
And
to you.
I reject this presentation.
Right. And that's fine. So when you're saying that, it's not that uh you can't look at it like, oh my God, is it God's fault, or is it, how could God not know? No, this is God. If He's really God and truly God, He knows.
He should know.
But it's the
But
way that it is written and presented
right,
to us. It
and the
makes
way it
it
is
look as though
presented to me, it
God
appears that he don't know nothing. He don't know what's
God
gonna happen.
is a
He just be
human being
playing.
like us that just gets pissed off and throw
Yeah,
tantrum and
throw
you know
tantrum and get angry at his own work. Him do something and him not like it, and like a mason put up a wall. He never put in no steel in at the wall, and then he get mad at the wall and take jackhammer and he lick down the wall, and he get vexed with
right
everybody, the person who pay him to build the wall. That's how he is presented to me.
anthropomorphize God. Yeah,
Right.
make God into to have human attributes.
Exactly. That's how he's presented to
Right.
me in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I work with people. Come I work with what they present to me. All right. So it says, it rented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air, for it repents me that I have made them. So God now upset at his own creation. He is so angry, he's so mad at even the poor jankro them what they fly up in the sky, the poor birds, the poor snake, the poor insects, everything. He's so angry.
If even a woman says that to her children,
To
or
her
one of her
children.
children,
Exactly. If a woman said to her penis, I
that
regret
is,
the day I have you.
yeah,
You understand?
much less somebody that is supposed to be a higher being
Right.
and God, as we call it, or
Right.
call him.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Because if your mother said to you, then she regret the day she have you. You know, how would you feel? You think your mother is the worst person in the world because you never asked to be here. That's the first thing me have some pitney. If me ever tell my pitney, I regret the day they have me. They will not tell me how much I never them send me go have them. And they would be right. They would be right. Because how dare me? But then here is God saying how much he repents, how much he hates having made mankind, having made the animals, having made the birds and the poor little fish them and the poor little animal. How he repents having done that. He hates the fact that he did that. And nobody didn't ask him. But anywho. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. So he found grace. Noah found grace, or he found grace in Noah. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. So here you have it. Noah was God's chosen. Him say, all right, me hate all of the people them want me make. But guess what? If me kill off everybody, then me have to go build one of the Garden of Eden and go back in there, go make one man again and start over. So me don't want to have to do that. So yeah what? Me I go save a man and some men and some women to make them continue with the procreation of mankind. Why God never did just slay everybody and start over? Why God
let us
go on,
let us cross reference this with Job. Right? He said that you just read that God said that Noah was good in his sight.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is as close as I can find to perfect. This man here is righteous.
Right.
Right? The same thing he said about Job.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he still went ahead
and allowed the devil to destroy
Satan
Job.
To go destroy not only all of his property, but all of his children.
Mm-hmm.
But here we have in where you're reading there that Noah was loved by God, chosen by him, but he now got put into an ark with his family,
Mm-hmm.
and they were all saved. I mean, you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna destroy the whole earth, but
But he finds somebody. He
yeah.
found a couple of people to save, even though his plan is to destroy the whole earth. Now he
Mm-hmm.
says, and Noah had three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence throughout. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make an ark of gopher wood. The room shall be made in the ark, and shall pitch it inside and out with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it shall be 50, and the height 30 cubits. A window you shall make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above, and the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof. With lower, second, and third stories you shall make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of water upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under the heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, you and your sons and their wives, and your wife, and they shall come with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, two of every sort shall thou bring into the ark. My thing is, what God do? God get tired? Was God now tired? Why, if he's going to destroy the whole earth because of the wickedness of mankind, why wouldn't just destroy it and start one next Garden of Eden and start again from scratch? Or since
Again,
it was mankind who was that cruel, that grieved him, why wouldn't he then, all right, get rid of, being practical here, get rid of mankind and leave the poor animal them? Why would it be that he's so angry and so vicious that even the poor little mosquito them have to get dead? That is my question. Why would he need a
again,
man? Where you say, God?
again, it
Mm-hmm.
was presented to us as though when God was busy doing whatever he's doing, and he look around, and the Bible said, and behold, like all of a sudden, this whole earth now appear full of evil, like if
Like, where
he
was
was
he?
shocked,
Like,
like
he
he
was
was
shocked.
shocked that
Exactly.
right.
Exactly. Like,
So again, it's the presentation.
it is. It is. Because it
Yeah.
appears as though God was nowhere to be found when this wickedness was being
Or
manifested
or it
amongst
looked as though
mankind.
he turned his back for a second, and when he looked
And
back,
when he turned
all
back
of this fear
around,
happened. Yeah.
exactly, exactly. I'm like, what in the world? So here he says, it says, behold, now God sees that everybody is wicked, and he repents. He's angry that he even made mankind, and now he's telling Noah to build this ark, get in this ark with his wife and his sons and their wives. And Overton, bless up a nice clean self. Good morning. Happy Tuesday to you, my lovely love. How you doing? Yeah. So now let's see what else God tell Noah. So God tells Noah to build this ark, and then he says he's destroying every living thing. In verse in verse 19 he says, and of every living thing of all flesh, two of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. Two of every sort shall come unto thee to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. So now I figure up all of these animals and him figure out the food for these animals eat. Noah did this according to all that the Lord commanded him.
Yeah, because when they came out of the ark, that then and only then they were ever instructed to eat meat.
But what kind of food? What kind of food they gather? Remember, he said to gather up the food. Take with you
Yeah,
all
but
the food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for you and for them. So all the meat eating animals, all the carnivores were for that period going to be eating grass, going to be eating whatever food it was that Noah was gonna have to feed them. Is that what you think was happened? If the story was ever true, Ikad?
well, I mean, whatever they were eating or whatever was provided for them to eat. What I'm saying is, on the account as the Bible is written, it was only after they came out of the ark that mankind was instructed ever to eat meat.
So wait a minute. Me never hear the instruction, but wait a minute. You remember when Cain and Abel, they said Cain and Abel brought their sacrifice to the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you something.
Remember
Um,
when they, okay, let me listen.
let me ask something. Do you think that Cain was the which one of them are the farmer? Abel was the farmer, and Cain was the animals man. But do you think
No.
are the other way around?
The one that gave the sacrifice was the one that God
Yeah, the two of them gave
God
sacrifice,
received.
but Cain, what? Oh no, let me see.
Cain
Let me
had to be
see
the tiller of the ground, and Abel was the one with the
with the
animals.
animal. Okay,
So God took the animal sacrifice over.
right. So that animal sacrifice. My question is, that animal sacrifice, were they not eating the animal? No.
It never said that. No.
Okay.
Actually, look on your other phone for the first time man was instructed to eat meat in the Bible.
Hold on, let me get my iPad. Yes. The first time man was instructed to eat meat in the Bible. Let's see. Hey Google. Hey Google, when was the first time man was instructed to eat meat in the Bible? I'm familiar with Google as nothing. Google not answer. Hey Google, when was the first time in the Bible that man was instructed to eat meat?
The Bible instructs humans to eat meat for the first time after the Great Flood. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 3, God told Noah and his descendants that everything that moves and lives would be food for them, just as he had given them green plants before.
Okay, all right, answer. Okay, all right. So make we continue. So now we get that. It's a so before that. So my question is, only herbs and vegetables therefore would have been brought into the ark to feed Noah's family and all the animals?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the carnivores were not allowed to feed during that period.
Mm,
Yeah, because what. But anyway, let us continue.
Yeah, we
we can't find the answers for those. And y'all are gonna find this, guys, that there's a lot of things that are in the Bible that has no answers. All right, but let us continue. And the Lord said unto Noah, come. This is verse chapter 7 we are on. And the Lord said unto Noah, come thou and all your house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens. So the thing where what's his name? Moses, say God tell him which animal was clean and not. I guess that story existed before Moses. This clean and dirty animal story existed before, because he said God tell Noah to take clean animal. I don't know who this. If you don't want to come up and have to talking at the chat, let me see, you know.
Well, correct.
Yeah. Okay. He says, and the Lord said unto Noah, come you and all your house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take of thee by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean you should take by two, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and female, to keep seed alive unto the face of the earth. So now I walk around now, I said pringe for catch animal, them for catch all jankro on them something eh? But anywho, for yet in 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made I will destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did accordingly unto all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. So Noah was 500 when he had Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And in the 100 year between 500 and 600, Noah built the ark. And getting out of the ark with the animal them. Quotient what happened? Noah was 600 years old. Okay. And Noah went in, and his sons and their wives and his wife, they went in because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls and of everything that creeps upon the earth. I find it weird, people. I find it absolutely weird that the God who can make everything, I gotta leave it to one man, one ordinary man, for bringing these animals into this ark, rather than, you might put this old man through all of this to go search for and gather up all these animals and then unalive these animals and leave it up to this old man to replenish the earth, rather than him just doing another creation. That tells me that the whole creation story is a farce. Yeah, that must say. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, that's in the month, we are going to just say February. No, that wasn't the name of the month then, but we are going to just say February. In the second month, on the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. So the flood started February 17th. Rose Goddess, what's up? The flood started on February 17th. All right? And the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. In the same day entered Noah and Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife and his son's wife into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every kind. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upwards did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. Yes, the flood started on the 17th day of the second month. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle and of beasts and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every single man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, and all that was in the dry land died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. So I want to listen to this now. So the flood started on February 17th. The flood went on for 40 days and 40 nights. And the water remained on the land for 150 days. Almost the whole year that, Yeah, almost the whole year that. This whole Noah story has a lot of layers to it, and a lot of questions, the whole story is questionable. I mean, also Christians will come out and say, oh, with God all things are possible, that's why God put Noah in this ark or whatever. If God's above, God could have started over number one, and without starting over, since mankind was the problem, he says mankind was the problem, then him could have did unalive mankind and leave the poor animal them alone. Hey, watch out. Nursey baby. You make me turn over everything. It has lots of layers and no truth. Girl, you are so right. The truth evades the story, or the story evades the truth, whatever the case is. But I tell you, can't find the truth in it. Can't find it to be reasonable. Can't find it to make sense. I am here, my love. What's up with you? How the holiday is treating you? I'm here, sugar. It say North Carolina, me can't plant nothing now. Up pure ice. A pure ice, me love. Me can't plant nothing right now. So all me a plant right now is the seeds of truth when it comes out to the Bible. And that me a plant, the seeds of truth, the seeds of question, the seeds of curiosity. That's what me planting right now. Yeah. So guys, so that was chapter 7 that we're reading there. We know how he lived to be 930 or when he was not born. Hey, quotient, that has been a prevailing question on my channel where we have talked about this over how Adam lived to be 900 and something years old. So at what age was Adam born? Was Adam made, not born? At what age was Adam made? There's no answer to that. Because he wasn't made as a baby. He was made as a grown man. So I don't know how comes and who is counting. Me don't know, me love. Me don't have the answer for them question there. So me don't know them knows that Adam lived to be 900 and something. But we are going to continue. Me don't want to write, say no. Why TikTok I tell me say them a fail town. I want to write. So I don't know if I write nothing bad, I don't know if I write nothing bad. Just remember say we going through this, but we don't want no problems, okay? I have to put my phone to charge, but me don't want to break my charger. And this thing I'm putting it on here looks like it has the potential to break my charger. All right, let's hope it doesn't fall down. But let us continue. We're moving right along, lovely people. The questions are coming. We are on to Nurse Baby says, were there bathrooms on the ark? Me don't know about but the ark was 3 stories. So it was 3 stories and the windows were sealed and the window was sealed, the door was sealed. So neither the animals nor Noah could get out of the ark. Yeah, it's a God sealed them in. Okay? And he says, let's continue here. So chapter 7. For yet, wait, let me tell them when I reach. Verse 14. Which chapter me there? 7. Me there chapter 7. Okay. Chapter 7, we're going to read verse 9. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah and the ark, male and the female, as God has commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth, in the 600th year of Noah's life. Somebody said, where is the grass to feed them? We read earlier that God told Noah to gather up all the food that they were going to eat. Yeah, it did say God tell him to gather up all the food. So I guess he gathered up enough food for all these many days. Me don't know the whole story, no make no sense, but me don't know. So they say exactly. Can you imagine living with so many animals for that length of time? Can you imagine? Animal them a poop, animal them a eat. They are carnivores. They are different animals. The whole story don't make no sense. I mean, like when Muta Baruka tell a story, about the madman. The madman. I'm going to have a big old wooden boat with the animal. Koshet, that's my question. What did the lions and the tigers eat? Because them not eat grass. Exactly. Snake not eat grass. Yeah, there are so many other animals when not eat grass. So if a grass now gather up in the ark, that means some of the animal them not gonna have no food. Or maybe because him me not make no excuse for Noah. Me not make no excuse for them and this ridiculous story. If you say, oh, because he had brought in clean animals and unclean animals, maybe he was slaughtering the animals in there to feed the other animals. Me not know. Me not know. Me not make no excuse for them either. But then he says, in the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day, that's February 17th, the animal. How we said the animals were fasting? How long it take for the animal them fast before they all start drop down dead, Owie? You realize how long they were in the ark? Them going at the ark, and the rain started falling. The rain started falling February 17th. The 17th month of the second month. 17th day of the second month. It was everybody locked into this ark. And the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. Okay? In the self-same day entered Noah and his wife and his sons and their wives into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that crept upon the earth of their kind, and every fowl of the air. They were all there, every bird and every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 by 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him. And the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth. And the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upwards did the ark prevail. Good morning, my love. What's up? What's up, Paul? How you doing? No go so. Me said no go so. There's baby. No go so. And then give you this cockadoodle story. And raise we upon this cockadoodle story. But anywho, we're gonna continue. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, of cattle, of beast, and of every creeping thing that was upon the face of the earth, and every man. So, Caution says, so he just asked the animals to go, and all of them just obey. Me don't know. I guess he was wrangling with the lion them. And wait there. Paul, you asked me to come up. If you ask me to come up, tell me in the chat. Kenson, what's up? How you doing, my love? Good to see you. Welcome. Happy Tuesday to you. Not me, honey. Me drop religion and the Bible long time. Okay, Paul said he want to ask me something. Mrs., you know how long me drop this? You know how long? You know how long? It's Paul.
What?
What?
You there I read fairy tale.
Fairy tale. Me there read fairy tale. What? What you want to ask me, say?
So if I saw the situation, I only for incest go on pan earth. Because when Adam, Noah's son, and Noah daughter them breed. So
no man.
Cousin go boil good soup then.
Yeah, then the soup me have to boil.
No, man, a bad soup that.
but well, that's how we intended it, I guess, because Noah's sons would have had their children with their wives, and then those children would start to procreate to create the generation that we have today. Somebody send me one
Yes.
beer. I appreciate it, guys. In case send me one beer, I appreciate it. What are the beer supposed to be?
But you
Beer
the
money,
thing
beer
again, though.
licks, beer money,
Yeah,
beer licks, beer sense, beer what?
you
Where's the
again.
one?
You again, no.
Shoot.
How long the lack of
I want a long time, because I think
How long
I
now?
think the ark was opened in October. If I remember what I've read correctly, I think
So,
they went in the ark in February, and I think the ark, because it rained 40 days and 40 nights after the rain, after they were locked up in the ark. So check 40 days and 40 nights from February 17th.
alright. For
And
40
then there was
days,
another 100.
31, 131 days and 1 month. So 1 month and 9 days.
Mm-hmm. So that would have means about the ending of, close to the ending of March, right?
Yeah.
All
And
right.
it
And then
and the flood.
then there was another 150 days. There was
150
there was
days.
another
3 months
100.
and 90.
Yeah, 150
3
days.
months and 90. Another 30 pound that give you 4 months. Actually, I call it 5 months.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And the Bible says
March,
so. Nigel want
April, May, June, July, August. So,
5 months, exactly.
so when all of them animals are locked up in that for 5 months now, a whole heap of gas, shit gas. It's supposed
Okay.
to stink.
Okay. I
How
can
they
I can
survive
only
that?
imagine all that was going on in that. All that was going on in that ark. All the
So,
biological processes that was taking place in that ark, and them 8 people locked up in the ark with all these animals.
so
They really think the earth was going to continue to have a bunch of crazy people.
then one animal don't know how they control the bear and the lion and remember saying
Good question.
certain type of animal can't live in a certain environment.
Okay. Me
So
don't
if
know
you
if they
have
have tied them up with a rope. Me don't know. If you tie them up with a rope, I have no idea. I just read it from what is given to me here in the Bible.
so
And when I read it out loud, I like how people realize where said it, the ark of the pit latrine. I like how when I read it out loud, people realize how much it makes no sense.
why not even that too? Why not even that.
Oh well.
Certain animals can't survive in a certain environment.
Exactly. So when people tell you about this ark story and they want to stand 10 toes down and tell you that yes, it happened because it's in the Bible, it happened. And when you read it out loud to them, they have no comeback because you realize there's a bunch of nonsense. I like that for
Why
them. I
not
like
even
that. Because
that?
you can't make somebody just give you something like
You have
that.
over 5 million pair. We have over 5 million pair of animal, different species of animal on the earth. How much animal is there on the earth?
You say all of them. The Bible says every living creature, every bird, every fowl, the animal them what in the sea. How them they did in the ark? How the shark them did? Listen this story.
All whale too.
All the whale and the shark and all them something they was in the ark. You can't tell me.
Well, alright, you got that drama to it now. I wish for the art to locate.
Me don't know say something over in the Middle East.
And if you go to the Red Sea, go catch one whale. So you have to go down to the South Pole to catch a whale. And if you catch a whale and put him on something, you can't get the ark. The sun alone would have dry him up.
All right,
So that must.
but no, I was able to go Australia go catch kangaroo. Oh, we say God is the chief architect. Achoo, chief architect of this rubbish.
But you want another twisted about it now? The board or the tree will make the ark.
The gopher wood.
The gopher wood. I'm going to Florida alone it there.
Ah, that again. I didn't even know that. I thought it was. You sure? You sure say only in Florida you can't find gopher wood?
Google it.
Where's the nurse baby? What calendar was? Yes, it certainly wasn't our calendar. Oh no, that calendar was available. What calendar was available at the time? So they could keep track of the time. It wasn't the same calendar because these weren't even our months now were not the name of the months then. So it wasn't.
It kinda look shaky away.
It not just look shady, my friend. It is. It is shaky. And people are gonna tell me, say, oh, all things are possible with God.
It's impossible.
Where on earth is gopher wood found?
Gopher wood, or Florida torreya, is found only in a small area. Specifically, it grows along the Apalachicola River limestone bluffs in the Florida Panhandle, in Gadsden and Liberty counties, and also in nearby southwestern Georgia, in Decatur County.
All right, you know hear that? So this gopher wood, what them say, Noah used for build the ark is found only down in Florida and Georgia. I Google says so on me. Vulture, what's up? But Noah was somewhere over so. Right, Vulture? Noah was somewhere over so making this ark out of this gopher wood. Maybe it's over the period of time. The gopher wood maybe is now concentrated in Florida, but not to say that it wasn't over there then.
No, if it did there, you don't know.
Well, me just I say. I'm just saying.
Well, my ears say I kill we.
Me say, then the same thing with what me reading here. All that we are reading here, I ear say.
Yeah, you want, man, I say, wait, no rotten.
Oh, why you say I want to rotten down? The ark. Say the ark not rotten, so wait there. Is the ark someplace?
Good morning, Trev.
Good morning, Sugar Bun. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
A long time I don't hear your voice. Me love to hear your voice.
I've been busy. You remember me saying I got try change.
Try the look. Yes, remember you that try. Yeah. Me remember.
So I work on it.
Yeah, work on it. Beautiful. Nothing try, nothing done. The longest journey begin with the first step.
Yeah, I wonder if when I'm going to make the big 5-0, if I can stick to it and get a master's.
Stick to it. Stick to it.
That's what I would want for the 5-0,
yes,
a master's.
Stick to it. Stick to it. You can only get it if you work for it. You can get it if you really want it.
Yes, Trev, sing.
Well, Logical said they imported the tax-free wood from Florida to the Middle East. I can't with you, the Logical. But that would sound practical, right?
What are we discussing this?
So we are continue reading the Bible, my love. Because by popular demand, the people who never did hear the Bible when we read it from beginning to end already are requested. Some of us say, all right,
but
do it
the
again.
whole thing is, Trev.
Make we do it again.
Not to cut you on the belief of the Bible. If people, the funny thing, what surprises me, a lot of people don't know that there's so many different versions of the Bible.
Yeah.
And that, exactly, because you had the Greek, you had the Hebrew, you have the Arabic, you have the Ethiopian.
Yeah, I mean, there is no, if you ask me, there's no realness to this thing. It's just a change, generational change, but no realness.
I think it's a big fairy tale.
It's not a thought, it is a fairy tale. It is a fairy
Your
tale.
brother, well, your brother, God, tell if you're not alive in son. And then in turn, so
And say,
one
oh,
goat.
sorry, see one goat there.
Oh,
Was that
the one
Abraham?
with the burning bush.
Wasn't that
When the baby,
Abraham? And then
yes,
Abraham?
Abraham.
Yeah, Abraham.
The burning
Yeah,
bush.
Abraham.
Am I wrong?
No, man. Moses with the burning bush. Well, Abraham now.
Moses
You
is
know,
the only
someone that.
person me know write one story. Write one story. And as though he was there and the story begins so many years and even involve Moses' death. You write all about
Because
it.
you know the funny thing, like if you study history with the Babylonian tablets, that's where they get the story of Noah from.
These yes, I tell you these stories. That is why I tell them that from me not having read that thing where you're talking about those Babylonian things, when I read the Bible itself, and with Moses having been raised in Egypt in the Pharaoh's house, and having read ancient Egyptian stories and realizing the similarities to those stories, those creation stories, to the creation story in the Bible, I have come to the conclusion that Moses.
No, man, you're going too far.
Hold up. Listen.
ISIS, you mean so, that the image of Mary and baby Jesus is the image of ISIS?
Wait, the ancient Egyptian story, ancient Egypt has these similar creation stories and these similar stories. And Moses was raised in Egypt, in the Pharaoh's house. That's where Moses got these stories from. Hey, no, God not tell Moses nothing. Moses got these stories.
Well, I know, man. Moses don't want to first so we walk, man. You laugh. But we could talk about Abraham before Moses.
Moses are the first
Abraham
cultists.
sacrifice.
Let me put this on.
Him son. And then them in the voices, so I'm go up there. Or you don't know say our man somebody goat. Tangle up in a bush.
So you just grab a goat and alive it goat.
So you might want to take a.
But my thing too is that him fit tell the horse we hola. Oh, Paul, I feel language that all the time. Oh, I feel language that all the time. I saw Paul roll all the time. I saw me and him roll all the time. But Paul, what me I say is, remember say no, Abraham did have whole heap of animal, you know. What call me?
I take you 10 people in goat.
Why my phone around?
And a few one.
Right, but he got take that the goat. They say God provided the goat the theme for the sacrifice. But he was wealthy. He had lots of animals. But they said test. God did a test him.
Test him how?
I test him to see if he might be willing for giving child, for sacrificing child to God.
So you that sacrifice your son?
You must have somebody sacrifice what? We can sacrifice.
Abraham have mental problem.
But you know, say Abraham didn't have mental problems. Abraham walk up and down with his wife and with his sister and pimp off his sister as his wife and collect up in riches.
Trev,
So of course a madman.
Trev, you know what? Sorry about that. I gotta call him.
No problem, baby.
This is my thought. I think if we live by common human principle, which is love, forgiveness, and understanding, would be okay.
Perfectly fine.
I'm not saying. Hello?
We said we'd be perfectly fine.
I'm not saying that the Bible don't teaches this. It does. But along with teaching this, it also teaches other things that I think are unnecessary. That's just my opinion. Like the other day, I had to tell my child, he comes in, what is Santa Claus bringing him for Christmas? I look at him and said, it is just a story.
Just like that.
And some
questions.
one of the other one upon me and said, why are you doing that? I said, he has to be realistic.
Realistic. Exactly.
Yeah, why are you telling your child some folklore?
Yeah, why you tell the people? Just like how them tell you the folklore of this Bible business.
Wait, but even the next one.
Somebody said Jesus' name bring back the donkey. I said Jesus thief somebody donkey.
Remember that one of Ezekiel The man got have a look piece of argument and God tell him, say, you what, man, you're going to lie down for your right side for 360 days, you know. Wrong, you know. And then, when you 360 days done, you turn for your left, you know, and you're right, I'm lie down for 350 days, you know. And when you're done,
I think,
and when you're done, you know, you're going to use human dumb and make bread and eat.
I'm going to...
And I said, no, God, that's why, man, give me cold down the phone, man. Tell me now.
As I said, I think a lot of them people, a lot of these men that said that they
crash out, now bring up crash out.
No, it's what you just said. Trev, I think from being from modern technology and understanding and modern scientific methods, I think a lot of these men that wrote the Bible had mental illness. Honestly.
Yeah, of course.
Clearly up here, mad people.
You know, when you think about it, what was now? It seems like you have a specific man sit down and interview God and I say, yo, brother. But I said, no, man, I eat that, put in that, man. I said, no, man, put in this, man.
One thing I would say, I think human beings in the past were very savage.
Remember, these people did not have any scientific evidence to the things that they were saying.
Exactly.
You understand? They didn't have any scientific evidence. When they saw a volcano, they attributed everything to God and say it is some kind of punishment why there is a volcano. We know differently.
Yeah.
Because science can tell us now when our volcano is going to erupt.
But Trev, this is my thing too. We're going back to the aspect of the Bible. How do we know? This is what I'm going to say. The concept of good and evil was invented by man. That is just how I see it. Because, you know what Muta Baruka said? I remember as a child, Muta Baruka said on his program, if heaven was above the earth, America would not find it already.
I'm planting the flag up there.
I said, listen, I used to love listening Muta Baruka show at night time, man. And you know, when you grow up and learn to understand things, I used to wonder why this man has these sort of opinions. You know, as a child, because you don't have the knowledge and the background, you try to understand why this man persecute the Bible so.
I always love Muta, man. Me tell me start listening to Muta when me a young pitney, you know, when me a young smaddy, you know, and them something that start to open up my mind because I had questions.
When he had his program,
at night time, I had a lot of questions.
And when he came, Ian Boyne had religious heart talk, and Muta Baruka used to come on.
Yes, and by listening to him, I say, well, yeah, I'm not crazy, me crazy. Other people out there have the same. Because them tell me we never have internet, we never have social media. So the radio was my thing, and when Muta Baruka was on and talking about religion, I talk about this old madman, I build up this what with a heap of animal. I started having questions like, what the hell? Yeah, man.
Exactly. Especially when you started to study other religions
right,
and you find out that the stories are similar, but because it didn't fit the narrative of a certain type of people, it was wrong. I just couldn't agree. You know, I have been in a lot of problems, especially with my family in terms of my thought process. Growing up, me had the rebellious one, me had the black sheep. God, I go see. You know, I remember growing up.
Yes, sir.
You know, the almanac with Jesus on the wall, and they said that.
That's your way. You know, I see them something at my house. Mad.
Hey, you know, me used to do? Me used to take a needle and juke up Jesus in my eye. Listen,
deface it.
Child. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very mischievous. You know what the funny thing too, the theory, you know, like when they say if you're python a grave, you're gonna see the ghost. Me and my cousin them always try to prove this theory. So every day we used to go sit down on these old graves. Those graves probably 100 years old. We used to sit on my grandparents' property. And every night, every morning we wake up, we say, you see nothing? You see nothing?
Not that Jesus.
My grandmother look for where I say, for where I try to prove those things are not heal. Belief kill and belief cure. That's what you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So it was just so funny.
You know, I'm Saturday, I go church, you know, I'm still in church, and the man, I think it was Easter, and the man did preach about the 5 fishes and the 2 loaves of bread. And when the man start laughing at church, you know, I cry. I look at me and I say, well, I say, oh, you feed over 5,000 people with 2 bread and
I must see 2 fish, I must see 3 bird or something like so.
Till all crumbs left. Everybody has said, man, godly, and I said, no, brother, that can't work. And then the man go on top of a rock and start talking to 5 people. So one teacher in the classroom, I'm in the church, and I turn to her and say, you have 30 people in your classroom, and you teach them, and you up at the front. You believe the one down at the back here? I said, you just critical thinking. She said, no, she have to shout. I said, then why Jesus have to stand up on a mountain up there and talk, and the people down at the back of a ear? What kind of voice you have? Is that sound you have up there? I want to have a piece of this here and stood up. 2 man a laugh, and I said, we come out of the church and stop this.
5,000 people.
You know, when you were young, you know, I'm talking in terms of Jamaica socialization. Growing up, I had a lot of, what would I say? I had a lot of behavior issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I never understood myself from a psychological point of view, because probably if probably my family was more cultured to seek therapy for me, which they eventually did, I wouldn't have done certain things. But every solution, you need to go to God. You need a
exactly. That I could never understand.
I hate it so much.
Yes.
I hate it. And you know the funny thing, you know, if you grow up and be an adult, you know what was my problem? I was dyslexic. And because I was dyslexic, I couldn't function in a school.
Until then carry you go a doctor, go get your diagnosed properly and treated. Them at about go to God, go and go pray. A bad you bad, a devil in you. That's ridiculous.
My mother is quite educated, because my mother is an engineer by trade. But I just think my mother is academically smart. Not when it comes to certain things. Later in life, my mother kind of start understand certain social norms and what I needed to help myself. So
but people get tricked and misled by religion all the time.
That is what I hated.
Yes.
Why, if your child face to certain things, you say you look for the parent, Cam go to church, go make pastor.
Cam go to church. Cam go to church, go make pastor heal him, go make pastor pray for him, go make pastor
before you say, you know what?
One question.
Carry the child go get some poems made. You understand me?
Oh,
when they're around like 9 or 10.
Question, bless up yourself.
This Easter season, you know, one brother, they call him Black Weber. You know, and so, sometimes he's clean, sometimes
in dirty.
So there's a man who just pass and looking at rubbish pan and see things in it and eat, and them and say, boy, a people set him. So, and one piece of whole story. But anyway, then see my pass and then call him to church, and the whole church, you know, make up night over the man and answer my prayer for him, and he must get better. That's story. I'm listening and listening, you know. And I'm watching that man all roll all grown and then thing there when church done, you know. Then give him a look of money and then put it in his pocket, you know. This one me left out of the church before the church over, and look, whoever you know there.
Garbage again.
Like me touch someone and I said, you know, them pray for him and say, man, will get better and still. I don't know Weber still I eat out of the rubbish pan, I tell you.
God change your mind about Weber.
No, this not right.
All right. And God church them came to them a pray. I mean, and my question is
what they know. I understand what this person saying, so they only do what they know. But this is me.
because it's like generational.
As Jamaica, I think in the last 10 years, Jamaica's attitude towards mental health has changed.
And towards religion as well. It's changing. There are lots of people who are deconstructing because the whole thing don't make no sense. But go on, not to cut you. Go on.
There was this article the other day on when you remember when that person when they erased that person in Utah.
Okay.
This big church movement in Jamaica on Vice about their opinions
all right.
were aligning with the red people.
Yes, we not call their name. We just attack. We not call their name. We avoiding the names.
You don't live in this country. You don't know what so and you want to say how this man is this. And you live in Jamaica. Hurricane just I think Hurricane never left Jamaica yet. And you convey your opinion about you agree with him and he is the best thing since Christ. And this me reading at the Gleaner. Much more could I go for the article.
These people are crazy.
If you read it, Trev. What kind of way you grow up at Jamaica where them teach you about every religion? Regardless of which church school you go. I went to a Catholic prep school and they taught us about every religion, regardless of what their curriculum was. You understand? It's not like here where if you want to learn certain things you have to go to a
you have to pick it yourself.
And they say when they come on to religion, they push a fear in you.
Then that's how they get to control you, my love.
In a taxi already, and some religion argument, I'm telling them, you know, say Jesus a jacket though.
Then the top show you.
Jesus is the angel, Jesus a carpenter.
So them start for me and I say, oh man, godly, and one piece of something, you know, I say, one particular woman tell the driver to stop the car and she pay for me. And tell me to come out of the car, she don't want me now. Come out. I don't want the car to crash.
Trev, I have a friend, you know what is her motto? I'm only here to be black and die.
What else baby say? They really think that that person was a Christian and a priest. Exactly. I mean, there are lots of people who believe that he was some kind of a holy representation, you know. Jason.
Trev, I have to go look. I don't know if I can go dig up the article and send you a link or something. But I mean, reading it was so.
Them people are crazy.
I really this Jamaica gone too.
They are crazy. You find people all over the world.
Jesus, the donkey with Jesus, send the man and find I take it to them.
Yeah, go bully ride people.
This is my opinion.
Go bully ride the man and take him on donkey.
They represent the person they talk of in historical Jesus. If historical Jesus was in present modern day now, 2025, we would not appreciate him. We would prosecute him.
Of course, yes.
We would not, because based on when I see in Bible all we read, and there is the way how they talk about Jesus.
The way how they present Jesus him as
an example of how they are putting
of the kindness and goodness that I am being taught to expect.
You understand?
Yeah, I'm not represented at all.
Jesus did welcome everybody. Jesus did say everything equal. So whether you commit fornication or you murder, all sin was what? Equal and forgiven.
Oh yeah.
Well, all things beautiful. What's up, Sugar Bun?
If you even speak to a pastor about Jesus, right? Pastor go tell him from when him born till him at 12-year-old. Skip out
from him at 12 till him at 33. A while Jesus ain't gone while.
Yeah. So I asked the pastor, I said, well, that's at 13. Because me remember when me at 13, you know, and just got high school, you know, me and my friend, every girl we try to look at now, to color panty and try to touch them this or do. So Jesus never want to look at boy have that sort of look at thing about you. No, he's special. It's a really special board, man.
No, then you know that Jesus had a relationship with Mary Magdalene.
Of course.
And because Peter never liked Mary Magdalene, he write her out of the Genesis.
What? But even though.
Question, so why Jesus didn't make a donkey for himself?
One verse in a verse. I mean, remember which book, but I want like a verse where Mary Magdalene as a prostitute. Mary Magdalene was no prostitute. Peter never liked her because Peter did jealous our relationship with Jesus.
You see the same God them will say overcast Mary. If you follow the biblical Bible, you know, Mary and God supposed to stone to death, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. And the thing is too, look at it. Mary was a little girl. So me not understand how come. Yes, me not understand how comes God would have subscribe to the impregnating of a child.
That is why a majority of these cauliflower people want the age of marriage to change, especially the men, because remember, women now are so more empowered and educated. They don't want them to marry too.
No, they want the little pitney them. Them want the little pitney. It was the order of the day back then that a girl.
I watched a TED Talk the other day, and they said that the highest rate of bow ties are men.
Yes, I can't think Western. That was my thought, beautiful.
You hear me say? The highest number of bow ties. You know what I mean? The highest number of bow ties committed are by men, not women, because they are not being socialized properly. Young men are being cast aside because they are not socializing. So is either them lock with themselves or them sit down and listen to people who are not nourishing their minds. This is what the gentleman said on the TED Talk. And I said, look at that. And him right. You have so many young, you remember back in the day it was mostly young women who live back at home with their parents?
Yes.
Now a majority of homes are younger men. You have more young men living back at home with their parents than younger women.
The men are not being brought up to accept or appreciate the fact that they are expected to be the providers and the king of their homes. The boy them grow up like some little girl pitney.
No, they're not even going to talk about gender norms or what.
They are not strong as before. And
I understand, but that's not the thing what happening now. But if me, alright, Trev, me and you are single mother. Growing, we are single mother, because regardless of we journey, we are still single mother.
Mm-hmm.
And when the man them are so weak, why you think we end up letting them? Because
all right, that's what me tell us. The men are not being raised,
and we have to wear the pants in our house.
You're not. Okay, sorry, some man.
Alright, if you have 10 men, probably 3 out of them have meet the value standard of what a man or a husband should be. And probably that's enough. We said 3, probably a 2 when you look on it. Really.
Wait a sec, you see a Samard girl crying.
You can't place percentage on it that way because here what now. Female are more educated person more than male, right? When a man out there would do a 9 to 5, you know.
Not
a female about
that's Samard girl crying.
Probably in Jamaica you have more educated females, but in the United States you have more educated males.
Well, we have to talk about Jamaica because Jamaica is there.
But you see, in Jamaica, this is the narrative in Jamaica. We in Jamaica, we send our boys to go out for work. We not push for boys for academics. We push for boys to go. No.
And then now the females them always upgraded themselves. So you find out.
But that's not. No, but I'm saying in Jamaica, no family as mother.
Yes. Because the men have not been providing for us as we have been taught that how they should. So the men have been disappointing women. So women move out of the household. We have moved into corporate. And now, yeah, beautiful say, she see one man a cry on the line, say him no want to go back to work. He want the wife to work 3 jobs. As some little wuss, I grew up, men I come out and want to come married nowadays.
No, but Trev, me and you, they are America in this system. Me not gonna beat the gentleman. Me gonna make it talk. Me gonna talk. We talk about me and Trev experience. Me and Trev we there here, and me and Trev we do the lowest of work and build with self. Enough man want come here, them no want to do that. They don't want to do that. They want
Man want come in a pretty girl like pretty boy lifestyle.
That exactly. Nobody no want come here come eat bread and butter first. Everybody want come eat steak.
And that may I show you. You see there?
We'll keep it local.
Yeah, Beauty said the man them want them wife to work.
A Jamaican man would have rather send a woman to school and make sure upgraded and in work out in the field. And when she upgrade herself, she step out of the relationship and gone and
but that is the biggest mistake you gonna make. Before, listen to me, a lot of Jamaican men, and I have sons, and me not care if no woman or man or whoever want to hit me. Me tell my son to invest in yourself.
I agree.
Tell him, say, if you do not make yourself a good version of yourself, you can't be there for nobody. They say no make nobody come leech after you. And we are Jamaican need to stop growing boy picnic. To be like that.
You're speaking about man stand up in a relationship and be the man. Don't when you're in a relationship with a man, don't you leech after him?
No, not this girl here.
No, we share responsibilities. We no leech.
From me know myself,
That's what female do after man, don't?
No man, we share responsibilities. We no leech.
If we provide for you, no leech after it.
No, but what to my work? My work no count.
Yes or no?
No leech that. So when a night time come and you come for leech after me.
Alright. Me know a woman.
Let me hear what Courtney say. What on there? One at a time. Let me hear what Courtney say.
You notice you dominate the panel. As we talk, you just jump in. Look what Finland, man. We give you opportunity. Let the man talk.
Look, I'm going to give you my experience. I live in Jamaica at a point. Working at National, getting a good job, holding it down. I started dating a girl, she was a waitress. And I told her that can't do nothing for her in the future. Go back to school.
Same so.
I sent her to school with my money when I work at National. And after she get her bachelor's, you know what she look for me and tell me, say, me and she know they're on the same level.
Alright.
That is why I said you need to upgrade yourself.
So we help a lady to come up. And that's what relationship is about. One help one. But as soon as one get to a level, they look down at you.
Yep. That is why a lot of people
growing up in the house, the parents stop the boy picnic. Send them for me go and go to a country while the girl go to school. So it's a trend way back down.
Yes, I would not encourage my sons to invest in a woman sending. I would not invest my son.
It's not about investment, you know.
Our.
We grow up with a system, say the man for provide.
Right.
When we go there and we start interact with female, and we find say female in our situation, and we have the facilities can accommodate them, we have to invite them our yard. And when they come our yard, we have to provide for them.
Right, that's what you do.
That the leeches.
No.
Because that's what you choose.
Don't say no, that is leeches.
No.
Right?
No, sir.
No.
Sir, it is simple, and this is all I have to say. Date somebody in your financial bracket. Date somebody where you and them have.
You know what? If you come on the panel, can change the topic, though. You know what? If you come on the panel, can change the topic, you know.
That's all I have to say.
You know what? If you come on the panel, can change the topic and take it your way, you know.
Me not take it my way. Me don't say what I have to say. Trev just date somebody where you and them have the same equal value in every aspect. And nobody will be outdoing anybody. You understand what I say?
I agree.
Simple.
All right. That part of the conversation.
Back to the Bible now.
You come back on switch.
Yeah. All right. Back to the Bible now, Paul.
Back to the Bible.
Back to the Bible now, pal. All right, we're going back to the Bible. All right, people. Sorry for those of you who couldn't follow the conversation where we kind of took a detour there, but we're going back to the Bible. Let's see what else is here. What else?
Moses a hobby worker. We start from there.
Moses is a cult leader, but anyway, make we.
It was a sorcery.
With his snake and his with his snake and his rod. Well, anyway, we are going to continue, lovely people. My word. When this is me, listen, so you know work right.
Which book are you reading from?
With our Genesis.
Oh, you start over.
Yeah, we start over. We start over with our Genesis. All right. So now we're done with Genesis chapter 7, where it says every living substance was destroyed, which was upon the face of the ground, both man and woman and cattle and creeping things and everything else. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Kenton, good morning. All right, so we're moving on. I think Paul was the one who is calculating the days. Right, Paul? You the one who was calculating the days of the flood? I believe.
Yeah.
All right. So there you have it. The waters prevailed upon the earth for 150 days. The next thing we are moving on to is chapter 8. Kenton, good morning, my love. How you doing? Mr. Kenton, them there make me sweat. Chapter 8 says, and God remembered Noah. God remembered Noah and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated, and the ark rested in the 7th month. So now we are into the 7th month now, that's July. And the ark rested in the 7th month on the 17th day of the month upon Mount Ararat. Wanna get that? All right.
But okay. Yeah, all right, Trev. So, how does an ark? This is me I try to figure this out engineer wise. How an ark go stay up on a mountain after you get flood?
Well, the water lifted it up.
Flood. No plane normally flood.
It said the water lifted because it was floating on the water, and the water was so high that that's where it ended up. That's where the ark ended up. So that could be understood, because if you have one boat on the water and the water starts rising, you're gonna take the boat elsewhere, and then once the water starts to dry down, the boat will be left stranded. So I guess that's what happened. No one in ark was left stranded upon Mount Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. So we are October now, you know. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. So the rain started falling. Somebody says it was found in Turkey. So the ark was found in Turkey. Me don't know anybody
Well,
have.
as far as me know that the story they come from the Babylonian plates there.
Wait, let me ask Google if Noah's ark was ever found.
Look,
Hey Google, was Noah's ark ever found? Let me hear what Google have to say. No. Google says no.
Okay, ask Google, where does the Noah's Ark story originate from? And hear what Google has to say. Historical fact. Not biblical.
Let me hear what Google say. Watch yourself. No thanks. Hey Google, where was the Noah story first told? No, me never said that. No, your settings now Google when me not say. Google, when was the story of Noah first told?
The story of Noah's flood developed from earlier Mesopotamian flood myths. These include the Epic of Ziusudra around 1600 BCE and the Atrahasis and Epic of Gilgamesh around 1300 to 1000 BCE. The biblical account appeared later.
Oh yeah, I read that before.
Century BCE.
Oh yeah, I did read that Gilgamesh thing. I don't remember that story though, but I thought I read that story. Anybody else ever read the Gilgamesh story? Anybody on the panel ever read about the Gilgamesh story? There was a Gilgamesh story. Yes. Google is right. Yeah, the Gilgamesh story. I read it before about some. It was a similar story about some flooding of the earth and something similar to the ark. It was a similar ark story.
It's a Mesopotamian myth.
Yeah, them old myth stories. Yes, it's an old story about the ark, and that's what I said. That's where them get these stories from. These stories are not new. It's not like some God inspired them to write these stories because these stories have some kind of it's like a pure version. These stories are old, ancient, made up stories that they have somehow replicated and put in the Bible and call it biblical stories inspired by God. Not go so. Not a thing no go so. But anyway, make us continue. Wait, I have to put myself on that so that I can put this there. So let us continue. So we are on to chapter 8. It says, and he sent forth a raven. Wait, verse 6 says, and it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. So we're adding another 40 days to that October 1st. We're adding another 40 days to that. You add it up, Paul? Because it sounds like a one whole year them in the ark, you know. But let's continue. After he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. After he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her feet, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days. And again he sent out the dove. And the dove came back to him in the evening. And lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which did not return unto him anymore. So me I ask one question. If Noah did open the window to send out the dove, how comes he could not see whether or not the water had drawn sufficiently? Ain't people wanna hear my question? I wanna get quiet. So if Noah was opening this window to send out the dove, how come he was not able to see whether or not?
He could only see up in the sky.
Same did only look up in the sky?
Yeah.
Then if you only look up in the sky?
Because when you open the window to the side, that's the only theory I can come with.
Because I would think that when he opened the window, he would have do a quick survey of what's going on outside. But apparently he didn't. Me don't know what happened there, so. But I guess he depended on the dove, right, nurse baby? He depended on the dove, and the dove eventually came back. Eventually came back with the olive leaf. Verse 13, and it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from the earth. So now see how long the water was on the earth? They went into the ark February 17th of 2024, and the water wasn't dried up until January 1st of 2025. He didn't open the window, he opened the sunroof. Yeah. I can't with you. All right, that's so logical. You open. I agree. Somebody said the birds were in the attic, so he couldn't see the water.
So when you say no, the junker start eating up and I come back.
Exactly. The junker start eating that body there. Oh, sir. The windows were high near the ceiling. It said God did seal up the window, you know. So God seal up the window and the door, you know. So it sound like say no one have no control. Cause it said God seal up the window and the door. But anyway, the bird, he was able to let the bird out, whatever the case was. He let the bird out, and the bird eventually came back. All right. And all this say like seriously. That me say too, like seriously. But anyway, let us continue. That is what we say. When people don't read the Bible for themselves, they can continue with all kinds of shenanigans. Once they, Frank, what's up? Once they hear you read it, they are forced to be confronted with the truth of what is written in the Bible. And then them not have no comeback. If you read the construction of the ark, the windows were high in the ceiling. So that's why Noah couldn't survey the land. Okay. Bless up a nice clean self, Frank Rice. How you doing? All right, let us continue. We are on chapter 8. And the Lord... Hold on a minute now. Verse 14 says, and in the second month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dry. So 1 whole year. Have a blessed day, Vulture. I appreciate you as always, my love. Yes, we are. Yes, Tamututot, whatever is your name. I'm sorry if I butchered it. I didn't intend to. But we are on to chapter 8 and verse 14. It says, and in the second month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spake upon Noah, saying, go forth of the ark, means get out of the ark, you and your sons and your sons' wives and your wife. Bring forth with you every living thing that is in the ark with you, of all flesh, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly on the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, he and his sons' wives, and his wife, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. Okay, so Noah was offering burnt offerings even before Moses spoke about burnt offerings. Fair enough? Okay, let us continue. And the Lord smelt a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more every living thing as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. All right, so God come to his senses. Donald, what's up? So God come to his senses and say, look at this. Look how the place stink. I am no longer going to do this.
I agree in grief.
He's saying grieve. He grieved the fact that he had made man, but no. But now God come to his senses and say, here what? I say, here what? No longer will I destroy man or the creatures that I have made. From winter to spring to summer, the earth shall remain forever and ever. Night and day shall not cease. The cold and the warm shall not cease. None of this shall cease. But God didn't know all of that from before.
So Trev.
Oi.
So basically, God made a bad decision,
Tell me about it.
Because if God didn't know that this is how it would turn out, he wouldn't do it.
Okay. So, and you tell me, say God didn't know, God know everything and God didn't know that's how it gonna turn out?
No, him never know. That is why him decided not to do it again. Because look at it. Him grieve that him sorry that him make human being.
Right.
But him not sorry say make the devil yet.
Exactly what me say. Exactly what I say. He not sorry say make the devil.
Not punish the devil yet.
And he not kill the devil yet. But he kill off the whole of mankind. And then threaten we again, say I come back with fire, come burn we up, but he still.
So all of them know. So coming out of all of the story, something now add up then.
Not now add up, me love.
And tell you what, if him come back with the fire, he might go regret to see how the fire turn out again.
All right.
But you know add up because there's a world without end.
And him just say, night and day shall never cease, and all these things shall never cease. So right, let's say tell me say I'm changing mind.
Well, yeah, in a Revelation it says night and day will cease.
Well, right, yes, and a Genesis it says shall never cease. So we
yeah, but as me saying, I learn him, you know.
I learn him. Yeah.
Something add up, so right, and I get something right.
Of course, it's not right. Not right at all. Not right at all.
No. And the other part about he said in his mind. That was
in his mind. Who knows in a Jesus, in a God mind what God said? That was another point that I wanted to bring up. That
who know that?
Who knows what is in God's mind? If you say God said this in our mind. It's not adding up. Not adding up at all. What tumult? Tumulot? I don't know. I don't want to butcher your name.
But you know, the story is a real story though. Happened 13,500 years ago though.
Which story is a real story?
That story. That was the time when Atlantis sank, right? No, the original name for Noah was Zayasutra, Una the Pishtim, and the three ancient book that they write that story from the Bible, named the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the 7 tablets of creation. I have the Babylonian story. So after the Anunnaki had came to Earth,
because there were many wars all over the world and the galaxy, and the Anunnaki had to come. And when they came, they carried some alien with them named the Ijiji, because the Bible is written all about extraterrestrial. The God and the Lord of the Bible is about extraterrestrial. So, you see what I'm saying? So if a person does not read on the aspect of the ancient books from Babylon, etc., they will not understand that the Bible was written, and there are many other stories that the Bible was written from. You know, so it's a real story though, but the reason why the flood came, it was because different extraterrestrial came to Earth and add their essence and create human beings, and different breeds of human beings were breeding with each other, and it caused a jealousy.
This a story that sound real to you?
No, I'm serious. This real.
May I ask you, this a story sound real to you?
No, I'm telling you, I have all the books.
You cannot tell me that you are telling me because you didn't experience it. This story sound real to you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not the Bible one, but it's a real story of another name was Zayazudra in the real history, in the real story. Una the Pishtim and the Acharasis in the different Babylon stories. But the Bible was written from those stories, as many books that I have.
We already established. We were talking about that this Bible story of Noah is not the first time the story is being told.
The scholars never write it.
This story was
a secret society, and King James and the Roman Greece, their family put a lot of those trash together to divide and conquer black people. I agree, but the story was kind of real. But that story is when Atlantis go down in history. 13,500 years ago.
So you have Atlantis for real?
Yes, between Haiti and England out there, so in the Atlantic Ocean, yeah. And you have another continent by the name of Lemuria that sank, Zealand that sank, a lot of continents sank. Yeah.
Haiti right next to Jamaica, England.
Yes, the Atlantis was right there, the real Atlantis where all of the plane go down and everything on the ship, the Bermuda Triangle right out there, that where Atlantis was, in the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah.
And that makes you believe that this Noah story was real.
It was real. But
so you're real. Noah did go in, there was a man who went into an ark with all the animals.
No, that wasn't real. The Bible, the ancient mad Bible scholars, the ancient Jews, them write themselves in history. They write a lot of trash.
Okay.
You know, it was like their hypothesis to let, because they want to divide and conquer and come in with the one sky daddy God, which is God's word from the beginning, not God. God's word from the beginning. India have nearly 3,000 gods. Egypt have a lot. So because they want to divide and conquer and control the world and everybody in the world with the new age kind of thing, them come in with one God upon which.
And say this is the one real and true God.
No, there's not one true God.
You are not listening to me. You need to listen. If you listen more, you would talk less. I said that's how they came up with this one and true God that they have shoved on us, telling us. Right, telling us that there is only one true God, because if they don't and people continue to embrace many gods, then that's going to be conflicting and confusing. Yeah. That's going to make them lose control. Yeah, beautiful point. Beautiful point. What did I say about that, Paul?
The Philippines were filled with black people.
How are this? How are this? Where this come from? How are this? Who listening to something about Philippines was filled with black people? We know that was true. We know once the Philippines was colonized, that's why the people in color. But I mean that we are talking about anyway. Anyway, so let us move right along. Are you listening to? Let us move right along, lovely people. I love that input from Tamu Futut, however you pronounce your name. I'm just gonna call you Tamu. Yeah, I'm gonna just say Tamu. All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate that input. We are going to move right along because the Noah story is still bearing heavily on us. And the veracity of the story is still up for question. In chapter 9 now, it says, And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, and upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hands are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. All right. Let's move on. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. What does that mean, guys? Is it that God is saying he is requiring that man kill man? Anybody can say something about that? What the scholars them they were in the chat? What does that mean, people? He says he will require your blood, man's blood at the hand of another man. What that mean?
But definitely God promote human sacrifice. So
exactly.
Believe in him, brother.
Me never want to say it, but me did want to hear you say it.
Yes. I'm telling you, I'm afraid that them Bible got them bad.
But so that's exactly what it's saying here.
God promote human sacrifice. That means he give one set of man power to kill another one.
Exactly. Yes. That's what it says here. And me say it. Let's read it again. Him say, I don't know.
So that means the person who made these things, they make it for suit. Who wrote these things, write it for suit.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Let me read it again. And for those of you who are taking notes, so you can take note of where to find it in the Bible. So when you're not traveling around on these internet streets, and you can know exactly where to go and quote things.
Wait, Trev, before you you read that, let's make sure that we highlight a couple verses before that, where it says that when Noah offered the sacrifices, God loved the smell of it, which is an indication he loved the blood. He loved the blood.
Brother.
He's not a vegetarian. He has nothing to do with people who promote healthy eating. He loves the blood and the meat. Mm-hmm. So let's move now.
All right. That was in chapter 8 and verse 21. It says, And the Lord smelled a sweet savor, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for the man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil, for he's neither. God, what's up?
So, I'm here. I had asked that question.
Which one?
The time before, about what God said in his heart.
So who did know what God said in their heart to be able to document it?
And
that's questionable.
This young man over here, I think it was Courtney. Courtney said that that meant that God had given one set of people power over the other, but that's not what it said. It said that if a man kill another man, then that man's blood would be required of him, but he should be killed.
What's the word unalive?
Wait, no, but yeah. Anna, that's how we reach what is being said right here, Sakad. Right here, so it says, let me read from verse 3. Said, every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, you shall not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother, will I require the life of man. And that's where I come in with this question. Is God requiring mankind to sacrifice mankind to him? Because he said, at the hands of man, he will require the blood of another man.
Right. Well, I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying.
Just one question though.
What
I
you
want to
just
ask.
read.
Wait now, make her
What you
talk.
just read.
Let her finish. Let's see the finish, please.
Yeah, what you just read is that he said if you remember, they now came out of the ark, and this is the first time they have been instructed to eat meat.
Right.
Before they weren't. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now he's saying you can eat the meat, but don't eat the blood, because the blood is the life of the animal. So
right.
if you eat the life of the animal, then I will have the beast. Your life would be required of from the beast. So a beast would kill you and unalive you. And if you unalive another man, then I would require your life also. Somebody else another man is going to unalive you.
And that you get from right here, sir?
I'm not here defending what it said. I'm just trying to bring clarity to what it said.
Yes, I'm saying if that is your understanding of what is said right here.
Yeah, it says if you eat the life of the blood from the animal, then your life would be required from the beast. Isn't that what you just read? Yeah.
Yeah, he said the flesh, you shouldn't eat the animal's blood. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it.
Of every beast, yes.
And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man.
But that don't really go for the world though, and the army and the police though. That just go for a few people. That doesn't. That look over this.
That go solid nobodies.
Yeah, no go for Andrew or nobody, Bush or who was smoking ganja. Honestly, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So God says this is in relation to the eating of the meat, the eating of the blood. So if you eat the blood of the animal, then he's saying that then an animal shall devour you. But me not get the part. While I can appreciate that might be what is meant here, what therefore is meant by you will require the life of a man at the hand of another man.
That's if you like.
What would that mean then?
The last time it said that if you unalive a man.
But man have to unalive for many different reasons.
Yeah, but that never said here about the man unalive. It was talking about eating of the animal. And then the Bible went into saying that God will require the blood of one man from another man. So right, so that's why I was asking, like,
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he went from animal, because he says, if I go by what you are saying, and he says, well, if you eat the blood of the animal, which is the life of the animal, then an animal will devour you. I can appreciate that. It's all right if you eat the animal, then chances are an animal, a beast, will unalive you. But what does he mean when he then says?
That's what I'm thinking as well.
But I don't.
You think you're a part of them?
Yeah, to say he will require the life of a man at the hand of another man. Why would he be requiring a man to unalive another man for him, for his sake?
Well, read it for clarity, and this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to clarify so that we don't misquote what it said. That's all.
Okay.
I'm not defending it. I'm just
so
saying
what
that
about
if
the
we're
people
gonna
that God
if we're
killed
gonna criticize
because
something
they were
or
praying
have
to a golden
you
calf
know,
because they didn't?
we should get it right.
Yeah, morning David,
That's
what's
all.
up? Yeah. All right,
Again, the maths not add up with me again.
it might not add up, but we'll continue reading and see if it gives us any clarity. And then he says, in verse 6, he says, whosoever sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed.
Yes.
So why was he saying that he's going to require a man's blood by the hand of another man then? Why was he saying that?
Now he's explaining why he said that.
Now he's explaining, he says, whosoever shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man.
Whoever devours or eats the blood of the animal, which he instructed them not to do, they would be devoured by a beast.
Right.
Right.
So where is the man? Right, they shall be devoured by a beast. I understand that. But where is this? At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Where that come from?
That way goes back to eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth.
Somebody who love blood.
Somebody who love blood, exactly. Somebody says, then he shall before you are killed. So which is it? That's my thing too, nurse baby. That's what I'm saying too. Because here he says he will require the life of a man by another man. And then now he follows up and says, whosoever shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man.
Okay, but then you have to. My question would be, why wasn't someone's blood required? Why wasn't Cain's blood shed back in the
early chapters?
When he unalived his brother.
When he unalived his brother, and he saved Cain. He saved Cain.
He didn't only save Cain. He said if anybody.
He put a mark on Cain that anybody who
deal with them.
He gonna deal with them.
I mean, the many scholars who put all of the different, they was on one accord anyway. They didn't
exactly. Yes, they were not on one accord, and over time, the books that they had written and decided to put in the Bible were.
They didn't have accord back then. They've been riding donkey.
Yeah.
I'm more educated and smart than them.
Yeah.
His story now add up. Oh my goodness. But let us continue, see if he's going to give us some clarification here. Because he said, whosoever shed man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah and to his sons with him and said, and I, behold, I establish my covenant with you and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, of all the beasts of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of the flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. So here it says God has made this covenant with Noah that he's no longer going to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the token of the covenant which I made between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud.
Did he say he's not going to destroy the earth again? Or did he say he's not going to destroy the earth by
what?
Let's read what he says. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I made between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass.
Paul, can you please mute this? We having like a feedback from television or something. And you can unmute it when you're gonna talk. Yeah.
All right, let's go forward. Where was I? And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of the flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, this is the token of the covenant which I made between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, and that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. So God made this bow to be the covenant between him and Noah and all the animals, that he is no longer going to flood the earth. My question is, why does God have to see the bow to remember? To remember. Why this bow has to remind him of his covenant? If anybody who should never forget the covenant, it would be him, right? Me right or me right, people?
No, you're wrong, Mr. Trev. You're wrong. You have to remember that God don't really have good memory.
Oh.
What Jesus Christ? Oh no, man. That one there. That one I blow, man.
But that's true because why God have to always be reminded?
Yes, because he remember Noah and the animal. He never remembered them that before.
He looks sanctimonious, man, as if he is a big, bad, enormous guy with 6 cents. He never.
But you know, look, so Lux, what's up? Remember, the rainbow is not to remind God, it's to remind it. Listen, we are reading what the Bible says. I saw the Bible saying, I said, God saying we look on the bow and remember. He will look at the bow and remember his covenant. I know we say it at the Bible.
Which Bible I read from? So we know which Bible I read from.
The King James Version.
King James, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's a lot of scripture that tell you that God is always remembering, you know.
So that means that God is always forgetting too, because you have to forget to remember.
And there's a scripture where God said he promised you that he will not forget you.
That means
he can't forget you.
That means he's been forgetting stuff.
Boy, I mean, I really like when you tell him, you know, me authority or me I call him and me can't see him face to face.
Yep.
Him say everybody come, gunman come, bad man come, dog come, no one can come.
How him can come?
Send him a lens in for me now. Yeah,
but I will tell you, you know.
But Trev, another point here is one of the reasons why people should not take this story literal.
Mm-hmm.
Based upon the Bible, all the nation on the earth today would come from Noah, you know.
Exactly.
Based on that, yeah.
Anybody who do agriculture knows that incest cannot work.
But listen, but then them would be like first cousin. First cousin incest work and first cousin incest work and the kids come out. Yeah, and the kids come out without any congenital problems. Yeah, man. Cain. Who said Cain is married to his sister?
No man, I lie them I tell because at the time when Cain born, Cain and Isis are Egypt in real story. But you find out that, but what them are trying to do, what the scholars really are doing, them are control, them are trying to control the world, At all the council of Nicaea, what they were trying to do, them are control the whole world through this Bible religion because them shut down the Egyptian mystery between the 2nd and the 6th century to bring in Christianity. When Christianity did already start by the Coptic, when them create the Seraphis in Egypt, combine the three God, and them start the council, and if they never agree, the soldier will then come out at the council and chop off on the head. And the black people have to agree and say, yes, we agree.
Yeah.
So that was the time when Western Christianity has started. So you find out, say, all of that where them are telling you now, never right long time, that right between about the 4th century after Christ. Because a lot of who they say in the Bible, no right nothing, Then dead and gone, I like them I tell.
That is true. Because look at it. If Adam lived for 900 years, he would be qualified. 930 years, he would be qualified to write this story, and he did not.
That's what I say too. How comes Adam did not write the story about what happened when he got out of the garden and all these things? How comes Adam never write the story there? And for the relevance of the Bible, I would think that a story from Adam would add a lot of relevance to the Bible. That one.
1 minute, sister. I don't know if you know it. All right, you find out, say, in the Library of Alexandria, there were 1 million books. Don't remember, all over the different parts of Africa, Timbuktu, there were many universities and colleges all over says Al-Kibulan, which that was the Roman Empire, job to confiscate as much as ancient secret as they could get, which they did. Because right now, remember, underneath the Vatican is 6 miles long with thousands and millions of literature.
Literature from the ancient,
They had a plan because they want all of those literature, but apparently they never get all the Dead Sea Scroll. They never get that because them find it back again and reveal it. And a lot of ancient book were find after and revealed. So the Pope, him actually failed, but he gone bad because him have it in enough of we head already all over the world. It damage gone too. Because what them say, if you rewrite the past, you can rewrite the history and control the world.
You can, yes, you can rewrite it.
That's why they put all these stories together.
Yes,
for many years, it have people all over the place.
Yeah, man, it lock with bad, man. Mash we up, man. I went to make with ball and go down for we need.
It mess me up bad. I know we can't even get yourself out of this predicament.
Can't get yourself out of it.
No, when I time in a church, I have to ask myself, will it go pum pum feel like,
Me want it.
Like me a idiot, like me a gay. Sorry. Yeah, me have to say, Lord, will it go pum pum feel like God? Let me figure out what pum pum feel like. True church and pastor. Well, all my brother them in my church eat with the other brother them eat. You realize church is selling vagina and I take them. Do all my man wife and we know that them are doing that.
Eat, sir?
I didn't me not lie on. Yeah,
No, sir.
Well, if you burn your skin and if you do it your sin, so me do the latter.
Trev, tell them to mind them at the backsliding.
There's no backsliding over here. There's no backsliding over here, my love. What is logical say? So I'm just going to say, and that is what Trump is doing now, rewriting history. No, call them on the name over here. Alright, so we're going to continue.
If you do, you're damn, and if you're damn, you're damn. So might as well, you're damn.
Might as well. I agree with you, Courtney. Might as well. But we're going to, that's why I say I am 85% spirit and 15% human. Really, Donna say 85% spirit and 15% human. Alright. I hear you. Frank, what's up? Let us continue, people. Let us continue. Somebody was asking about the bow. Well, God said the bow was for him to remember. Okay? It says that, verse 16, when you're ready to quote me, and quote what I read, please quote it from Genesis chapter 9 and verse 16. Let me read it again for you. It says, and the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. Okay, it says, and God said, and God said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. I don't know who God tell that, why they write it. I don't know who God tell that, but let's move on. And God said unto Noah, this is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. Remember, we did read that one day, yeah? Say Ham is the father of somebody when named Canaan. Wait, let me find it. Chapter 9. Ham is the father of Canaan, the father of Phut, the father of Mizraim. Okay.
Somebody background kind of
over phone a ring. Quotient, your phone a ring.
No, I no quotient.
A over phone. A Tamu a your phone?
Tamu, yeah, Tamu.
Alright, that was Tamu's phone. Alright, so let us continue. And and Noah began. Now we are on to chapter 9 and verse 19. Verse 19 says, these are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted vineyard. Now remember, we talked about the husbandman. When you say husbandman, you don't mean the husband of a wife. A husbandry as in gardening, planting, that sort of thing. That's what that is called, husbandry. And he drank of the wine and was drunk, and he was uncovered inside his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brothers who were outside the tent. And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backwards and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. All right, let us continue. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Who for rooster that?
Am I one man? Am I one man?
I hear cock that.
So Trev.
Oh wait.
So the mention of Canaan was before Canaan was born, no, sir?
Well, it said he was the father of Canaan, so that would mean that Canaan would have already been born. But
Trev, give me 1 minute, Trev. All right, Trev.
Oi.
No, this is all the white Jews and the secret society. This is what they do to demonize melanin people all around the world and come in with slavery. Because they want to say that Noah's son, the one that the black nation come out of, he was the one that sodomized off Noah.
But not never say you're so saying sodomize Noah.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
When you read down in the man, you have a new version, man.
I know that is say.
Version? Yeah?
I know that is say. You're not saying sodomizing, father.
But that is what the world interprets and bringing slavery. I'm telling you. Yeah. Yes.
Really?
The world said, all in our church, them all didn't say that in America. Yes. Say Canaan, a sodomizer of Noah. Yes.
Say Ham sodomizing father?
Yes.
Well,
Yes. I didn't cause the black race, so. Do you study? Do you study?
But when we read it, but when I read it, but when I read it here, there's no indication here that that's what happened.
All right, might be 110 verse down the line, and you go sister no lie me, I tell you.
No, at the same verse, man. It's just that's a group of people interpret it to be that.
Continue.
But I've heard them with it.
Yes, man, all over the world.
Okay. Because it said his father was drunk. So that meaning drunk and him clothes disheveled in a disarray and him nakedness is exposed.
That's what Eurocentrically them one we believe. Because the European them write that. And them Eurocentrically I put that in our head. Which is lie. Because me feel like she the white one do it.
Oh. So you think there was the son molested the father?
No, Eurocentrically, that's what the story said. Let me tell you, I do not believe it because I discuss with my friend them all the time. I don't believe not what Eurocentrically come out of the scholars them out.
Yeah, me not believe that. Me not believe that at all.
Understand how Canaan got involved.
Yeah.
Remember say no.
They want to take Africa.
Wait, no, hold on. Remember say, who organized that? All right. Remember Ham's children.
Put Paul on mute.
Yeah. Remember Ham's children. Ham's children were Mizraim, Phut, and Canaan. Those were the names of his sons.
Right.
So when he says Ham was the father of Canaan, Ham did have a son by the name of Canaan.
Yeah, but how Ham do something wrong and Canaan get the curse?
That's our next. That's our next question. Me not know him accosting grandchildren, because Canaan would have been Noah's grandson.
Right.
So
let's say Canaan was already born. Let's say Canaan was already born, and Ham did that. How Canaan got involved to get a curse and not Ham?
Maybe Ham was old enough to die and he want the curse for prolong, so you have to send it down to the children. Me don't know. Me have to yeah. Because I guess he wanted to curse him so bad, and he wanted a prolonged curse, as we have seen time and again in the Bible. So he just said, all right, curse be Canaan.
All of his children.
When he didn't curse all his children, he said, curse be Canaan. A servant of servant shall he be unto his brethren. And he went on to say, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So Canaan is going to end up serving Shem and Shem's tribe.
So Trev, you know how some of the church interpret that?
Tell me.
Some of the church interpret that to be that what Ham did was to had intercourse with Noah's wife, because according to, I think it is Leviticus 23, it says that he who uncover his father's nakedness actually have intercourse with his father's wife. So Canaan is the child that comes from that intercourse. So that is why Noah said, cursed be Canaan, which is the child that came from that union. That is how some church.
Yes, that is one interpretation. You're correct.
I don't believe that one, but anyway.
What I wanted to say was that somebody had asked why would the curse be on Canaan? And the answer is in the first verse of chapter 9. Because when they came out of the ark, God blessed Noah and his sons.
God bless the one. So the sons were already blessed. So even though Ham did something wrong, he was already blessed.
God blessed no man curse. So he can't. He was going to waste a curse. on Ham.
Oh. You
He
know,
would
say you're
waste a curse
smart.
on
You
Ham.
know,
So
say
he
you're
went down
smart,
to
man.
the
I think
next
about that, you know.
his son.
Okay, so
Okay, Chef.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth were already blessed by God. So now you have to pass
Right.
down the curse to Ham's child.
Right. And if we could go, well, not go back, but if we see the further down in the Bible, which we're not there as yet. We've been there before because you obviously read it before. You would see when Isaac was gonna bless
With Isaac, with Jacob and Esau. Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
one
Trev.
of them one of them switched places and went and took the blessing.
You're right.
And then
Hold on there. Let me hear what God
when
say.
the other one came back from the field, he said, well, he said, wait a minute, I already blessed you. He said, no, I was out in the field looking for game to come make the soup for you. And he said, okay, but then I already blessed your brother. And he said, well, what's going to happen? You don't have any, you can't take it back? He said, no. Once the blessing is gone,
it's gone.
I can't reverse it.
Trev.
Oi.
All right. Remember when Cain killed Abel?
Mm-hmm.
And he run away to the land of Nod and find a wife?
Mm-hmm.
The Bible not tell you nothing about them, the generation.
Not tell you nothing about them people there. It not tell you nothing about those people. And then they want you to believe that mankind only came about from this Adam and Eve. And it cannot be true, because look at it. One of the questions that came up last week when we were reading was, how come God made Adam, then he claimed that the book says he took ribs out of Adam to make Eve, and then he put Adam and Eve together to make future generations, to continue to have children. But when Adam was given Eve, Adam said, now a man must leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. And the question was, where did Adam get the concept of mother and father at that time when he never have none? He never have no mother and father to leave and cleave. So how could he have made that statement?
Never had that either.
Right. Eve never had that either. So where did Adam get this idea of talking about mother, and that's why mother and father man must leave mother and father and cleave to his wife?
Mm-hmm.
So
the one thing that I wouldn't dispute though is that if we're following the storyline of the Bible, every other generation that came after Canaan, and the descendants of Ham, were truly cursed. Because you're talking about the people, if you follow back the generation, when you get to, I think, chapter 11, you're going to see those people of Sodom and Gomorrah came from his lineage. Those people that built the Tower of Babel came from his lineage. The people who came from who else was it was like a whole long list.
Amorites.
Right, the Amorites, correct.
Who came from who?
So, from the Ham's lineage that was cursed.
Right. So from Ham's lineage, from Canaan.
Yes.
From Canaan's lineage came the Hivites, the Archites, the Sinites, the Arvatites.
Well, you can say Ham's lineage too, because
Canaan was Ham's child.
Is Canaan's father.
Right.
So he was cursed indirectly, but it still affects from
his generations.
And you know, all of that is lie right there, because if you study the real Mesopotamian story, Nimrod would come from Anu.
Exactly, that's another name.
Anu grandson, so Nimrod Enlil, which is Jehovah's son. But the Bible don't tell you that.
No, Nimrod did come from
but Nimrod's kingdom started in Babel. Hold on, but
they call him Enlil, Enlil's son, man.
But the beginning of Nimrod's kingdom started in Babel, and Eric
Babel,
and
yes.
yes, and
Yeah, man.
Arcade and those places.
Babylon and Arcadian, yeah, man, in Iran.
In
Iran.
Shimar, in the place, that place called
the
Shimar.
people,
Mm-hmm.
the people that were building that the tower also came from that lineage.
Yeah, from that lineage. Not from the Bible lineage, but the Bible mix it up.
Mix up what?
No, all right. The original story where the Bible write out, the original God will come down, the Anunnaki God will name Anu, and his son named Inki and Enlil. Now, Inki is the one of the name Jehovah and Yahweh Alpha. Now, Enlil are the one we name Hermes touch at Egypt, which are them go Atlantis, go start the Atlantis, and will Atlantis sank them come back at Egypt, come kickstart the civilization of Egypt. So, what really happened in original life, one of the sun represent the eagle, the spirit of the two eagle over the white nation we are kill over all the earth, and the other one represent the snake, like the Nagas of India, and the different people all around the world we have the snake, like Mexico, because all of Mexico is black, Atlantis, Lemuria. So two different lineage, but the eagle are trying to kill the snake in a real life. So you see the Bible is mixed up.
So which one the eagle came from?
The eagle came from Jehovah's side. That was the Pope. We are trying to kill the black race and the Atlantean them. You understand? So look now. Every white nation will have the two-headed eagle and the one-headed eagle. Them are joining by bloodline, like NATO, the G7. Now they are trying to destroy like Africa, the Hindu, we have the snake, the Kundalini spirit, the Kundalini teaching, the two snake, whether one snake, two snake, because there are so much. So when you see the eagle kill the dragon and the snake represent the same people, which is the black people, while the eagle, they represent the white nation and the domination spirit, and the white nation we have come from the Roman Catholic Church to demonize and kill all the other nations in our world. If you don't study real life.
Okay.
But don't put it in the Bible.
But that's why they use the symbolism of the eagle.
Yes.
They use the symbolism of the eagle. And they attach it to them powerful bird, the eagle, the lion, those
all of them
animals, correct.
But them mix up though. The Bible, it mix so much.
Very mix up.
So much.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I agree that what was presented to us, and that's why I keep saying what was presented to us.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
No, right. All right.
But it is not right according to the original story, but it is right according to the narrative that they are trying to put across.
Right.
They are trying to create a world for themselves with a certain perspective, and they want to control the way people think and look at life.
Yeah.
And if they can get us to look at life in a particular way, then their dreams and hope will be fulfilled by us. So we don't know it.
Yes. And what they were doing also is preserving their superiority over other races.
Right. Because a lot of these stories come from myth and metaphors and stuff like that. And those stories in those ancient times, they have good meaning. So, some of them have good meaning, but we are